Every Saturday night I get dressed up to ride for you, baby. Cruising down the street on Hollywood and Vine for you, baby. I drive fast, wind in my hair, push it to the limits, 'cause I just don't care. You ask me where I've been?
Come on, tell me, boy. I've been everywhere.
I've been everywhere. I don't want to be nowhere but here. I've got a burning desire for you, baby. Desire, I want to turn into you.
Living on the dark red moon. My girl, it's all being soon. I will stand by your side. Real time. Desire. Jump back into my arms. Desire. Jump back into my arms. Jump back into my arms.
and said, O Lord, I pray thee, if I have found grace in thy sight, that the Lord would now go with us, for it is a stifle-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for thine inheritance. And he answered, Behold, I will make a covenant before all thy people, and will do marvels, such as have not been done in all the world, neither in all nations. And all the people among whom thou art shall see the work of the Lord, for it is a terrible thing that I will do with thee. Keep diligently that which I command thee this day. Behold, I will cast out before thee the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Take heed to thyself, that thou make no compact with the inhabitants of the land whither thou goest, lest they be the cause of mine among you. For I will cast out the nations before thee, and enlarge thy coasts, so that no man shall desire thy land. And the Lord said unto Moses, Write thou these words, for after the tenor of these words I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel. So he was there with the Lord for 10 days and for 10 nights, and did neither eat bread nor drink water, and he wrote in the tables the words of the covenant, even the 10 commandments. The Holy of Holies is a term in the Hebrew Bible that refers to the inner sanctuary of the tabernacle, where God's presence appeared. According to Hebrew tradition, the area was defined by 4 pillars that held up the veil of the covering, under which the Ark of the Covenant was held above the floor. According to the Hebrew scripture, the Ark contained the 10 commandments, which were given by God to Moses on Mount Sinai. The temple in Jerusalem was said to have been built by King Solomon for keeping the Ark. Ancient Jewish traditions viewed the Holy of Holies as the spiritual junction place between heaven and earth.
Knowing the sun, 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 Knowing the sun. 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 Knowing the sun.
Awa Akakos An Artemi An Thea merkoisan paidagan napala. Amfide hydor psychron geladei diusto malino.
So haftet nicht Sonne im Bahnenden.
Eros detinaxemoi frenas.
Unheil sich an der Tage vor solchem Gericht. Entfärbt ist von Schnee und
Hoimen hipeo stroton hoide feston.
läge als blind an der Sonne, umschließend
Hoide
die Toten.
naum faise pigan melaina.
Im Kopf auch, endlos das Grasland,
Ego de gen hoto tis
haben Tautropfen schon übergossen, blühende Rosen und Kerbe, die honigsüße Lotusblüte.
Pancru de humares syneton poe sai. Panti tute agar pollu per skephoissa.
Die kretischen Frauen,
Helena ton andra ton panariston.
Gleichklang aus leichten Füßen, und tanzten im Kreis einst den Altar des Eros.
Kalipois ebas troian pleoissa. Koide paidos ude filon tokeon pampan nastes. Alla paraga
Den Schritt auf die weich schwellenden Blumen setzend,
menyna nactorias onemnais. Upare
wie der
oissa.
süße Apfel sich rötet,
Taske boloiman.
am oberen Aste,
Kamarychma lampronide prosopo. Eta lydon harmatakan hoploisi pesto machenta.
nein, konnten nicht dahin langen,
Nanthro pedechen darastai. Texadoketo.
barst in die Straße, Angst, des Blutes Gebilde,
Espere pantafero.
Atmen der Dorn,
Osa fainulis esquedas aures. Fereis oi. Fereis aiga. Fereis aprimatri paida. Uda pannochos asfigatangre. Faise pigan
wer mich quält, den sollen die Winde treiben.
Ego de gen hoto tis erde. Pancru de humares syneton poes.
Niemals zu wandeln,
Panti tute agar pollu per skephoissa. Kallos anthropon Helena ton andra ton panariston. Kalipois ebas troian pleois.
weiß nicht,
Koide paidos ude
was ich zu
filon
tun.
tokeon pampanem nastes. Ampton gar
denn entzweit ist das Denken mir.
oes. Menyna nactorias onemnais. Upare oissas. Taske boloiman eraton te vanga.
Solange man ihn sieht,
Espere pantaferon. Osa fainulis esquedas aures. Fereis oi. Fereis aiga. Fereis aprimatri paida. Uda pannochos asfigatangre.
laute die kein
Tumile maton.
Nachbenaht.
Nas estaitina. Faini. Kai heteron. Amea. Awa. Akakos. An Artemi. Os animos catoros drusin emdeton. Hoinen hipeon struton hoide veston. Hoide naon faise pigan melain emmenai kalston. Ego decen hoto tis eratai. Nases taitina faini kai heteron ameo kai heteron ameo kai heteron ameo.
The 2-2, the 6-8, with large expanses of glass.
paradise.
Equid ut specta est studiosae littera dextrae, protinos est oculus cognita nostra tuis, an nisi legisses auctores nomina Sapphos, hoc breve nescires unde movetur opus, forsitan et quare mea sind alterna requiras, carmina cum lyricis sim magis apta modes. Flendos armo meos est, eligiae flebile carmen, non facit ad lacrimas barbitos ulla meas, uro ut indomites ignem exergentibus eures fertiles acensis messibus ardet ager, arva, faron, celebras diversa, te fuidos aednae. Me calor aednaeo non minor igne tenet, nec mihi deposites quae iungam carmina nervis proveniunt, vacua carmina mentes opus, nec me Pyriades met huminiades puellae, nec me lesbiadum cetera turba juvant, vilis anactorii, vilis mihi candida cidro, non oculis grata est attes, ut ante meis, atque aliae centum, quas hic sine crimine amavi. In probo multarum quod fuit, unus habes, est in te facies, sunt apti nusibus anni. O facies, oculis insidiosa meis, summe fidem et faritram, fies manifestus Apollo, accitant capiti cornua, Bacchus eris, et Phoebus Daphnen, et Cnosida Bacchus amavit, nec norat lyricos illa vel illa modos, ad mihi Pegassites blandissima carmina dictant, iam carnitur toto nomen in orbe meum, nec plus Alcaius, consors patriaeque diraeque laudis habet, quam vis grandius ille sonet. Si mihi difficilis formam natura negavit, ingenio formae damna repende meo, sim breves et nomen, quod terras impleat omnes, est mihi mensuram nomines ipsa fero. Candida si non sum placuit Cepheia, Perseo, Andromeda, patriae fusca colore suae. Et variis albae junguntur saepe Columbiae, et niger aviridi turtur amatur ave. Si nisi quae facie poteret te digna videri, nulla futura tua est, nulla futura tua est. Ad mea cum legerem, sed iam formosa videbar, unnam llorabas usque decere loqui, cantabam memini, me minerunt omnia amantes, oscula cantanti, tu mihi raptadabes. Haec quoque laudabas, omnique aparte placebam, sed tum praecipue, cum fit amores opos. Tunc te plus solito lascivia nostra juvabat, crebraque mobilitas aptaque verba ioco, et quod ubi amborum fuerat confusa voluptas, plurimus in lasso corpore langua erat, nunc tibi sicelides veniunt nova praeda puellae. Quid mihi cum lesbo, siceles esse volo, o vos eronem telure remitite vestra, nisidias matres, nisidiasque nurus, nec vos decipiant blandae mendacia linguae, quae dicet vobis, dixerat ante mihi, tu quoque, quae montes celebras, ericina, sicanos, nam tua sum, vati consule, diva tuae, an gravis inceptum peragit fortuna tenorem, et manet in cursu semper acerba suo. Sex mihi nataris ierant, cum lecta parentes, ante diem lacrimas ossa bibere meas. Arset ines frater, me retrices captus amore, mixtaque cum turbi damna pudore tulet. Factus inops agili peragit freta caerula remo, quasque male amiset, nunc male quaeret opes. Me, quoque, quod monui bene multa fidelitar odit. Hoc mihi libertas, hoc pia lingua dedit, et tamquam decent, quae me sine fine fatigant. Accumulat curas filia para meas, ultima tu nostres accedes causa quereles, non agitur vento nostra carina suo, ecce iacent collo sparsi sine lege capelli, nec premet articulos lucida gemma meos. Veste tegor vili, nullum est in crinibus aurum, non arabum noster donna capillus habet. Cui color in felix, aut cui placuisse laborem. Ille mei cultus unicus auctor abes, molle meum levibusque cor est violabile teles, et semper causa est cur ego semper amem. Sive ita nascenti legem dixere sorores, nec data sunt vitae fila severa meae. Sive ab eunt studia in mores, artisque magistra, ingenium nobis moletalia facet. Quid mirum, si me primae lanugines aetas, abstulit atque anniquos vir amare potest. Hunc ne pro cephalo raperes aurora timebam, et facere set te prima rapina tenet, hunc si conspiciat, quae conspicet omnia foebe. Iussus erit somnos continuare faon. Hunc Venus in caelum coro vexisset eburno, sed videt et Marti posse placere suo. O nec ad hoc youness, nec iam pur utiles aetas, o tecos atque aevi gloria magna tui, huc ades inquesinos formosa relabere nostros, non ut ames oro. Verum ut amere sinas, scribimus et lacrimis oculi ruranto obortas, ad spice quam sit in hoc multa litura loco. Ad spice quam sit in hoc multa litura loco. Sitam certus eras hinc iere, modestius isses, et modo dixisses, lesbi puella, vale. Non tecum lacrimas, non oscula nostra tuliste, denique non timui, quod dolitura fui. Nihil dete mecum est, nisi tantum injuria, nec tu admoniat quote pignus amantis habes. Non mandata dedi, neque eni mandata dedissem, ulla nisi ut nodus in memor esse mei. Per tibi, qui numquam longe discedat, amorem, perque nove mioro nomina nostra Deas, cum mihi nescio quis. Fugiunt tua gaudia dixet, nec me flere Dio, nec potuisse loqui. Et lacrimae deerant oculis et verba palato, ad strictum gelido frigore pectus erat, posquam se dolor invenit, nec pectora blangi, nec puduit scisis exululare comes, non alitar, quam sinati pia mater adempti, portet ad extructos corpus inana rogos. Gaudet et nostro crescet maiorore caraxos, frata, et ante oculus itque reditque meos, utque pudenda mei videatur causa dolores, quid dolet haec certe filia vivet, aet. Non veniunt in idem pudor atque amor, omne videbat vulgus, eram lacero pectus aperta sino. Tu mihi cura, faon, te somnia nostra reducunt, somnia formoso candidiora dia. Illic te invenio, quamvis regionibus abses, sed non longa satis gaudia somnos habet, saepe tuos nostra, cervice onirare lacertos, saepe tuae vidior, supposuisse meos. Oscula cognosca, quae tu committere lingua, aptaque consueras accipere, apta dare. Blandior interdum virisque similima verba, eloquo et vigilant sensibus ora meis. Ulteriora pudet narrare, sed omnia fiunt, et juvat et siccae non licet esse mihi. Ad cum se titanos tendet et omnia secum, tam cito me somnos destituisse quero, tam quam nemos antraque prosent, conscia deliciis illa foere meis. Illuc mentis in orbs utquam furiales inio, attigit in collo crine iacente fiero, antra vident oculi scarpero pendentia toffo, quae mii, mic donii memoris instar erant, invenio silvam, quae saepe cubilia nobis, praebuit et multa texit opaca coma, sed non invenio dominum silvaeque meumque, vide solum locus est, dos erat ille loci, coc novi pressas noti mihi caespites herbas, de nostro curvum pondere gramen erat, in cubui didique, qua parte fuiesti, grata prius lacrimas conbibet herba meas, quin etiam rami possites lugar vidento, frondibus et nullae dulce queruntur aves, sola virum, non ulta pie maestissima mater, concinet ismarium daulias ades itin sappho desertos cantat amores, hac tenus, ut media cetera nocte silent, est nitidus vitroque, magis perlucidus omni, fons sacer, hunc multi numen habere putant, quem supra ramos expandit aquatica lotas, unanemos, tenero caespite terra viret. Hic ego, cum lassos possuissem flibiles artus, constitit ante oculos naias una meas, constitit et dixit, quoniam non ignibus aequis, oreres ambracia est terra pentenda tibi, phobius ab excelso quantum patet adspicet aequor, ac tiacum populi locariumque vocant, Hinc se doicalion piriae sucensus amore, miset et in iaso corpore presit aquas, nec mora versus amor fugit lentissima mersi, pectora doicalion igna levatos erat. Hanc legem lucus ille tenet, pete protinus altam, loicada nec saxo dissoluisse time. Ut monuit cum vogabiet, ego terita surgo, nec lacrimas oculi continuere mei. Ibimus, o nymphe, monstrataque saxa petemos, sit procul insano victus amore timor. Quid eret, melius quam nunc eret, aura subito, et mea non magnum corpora pondus abe, tu quoque molles amor, pennas suppone candenti, ne simile cariae mortua crimen aquae. Inde culin foebo, communia monera, ponam et sub ea versus unus et alta erunt. Grata liram possuit tibi, foebe poetria Sappho. Convenit illa mihi, convenit illa tibi. Cur tamen actiacas miseram me mites ad horas, cum profugum possis ipse refera pedem. Tu mihi locaria potes, esse salubrio unda, et forma et merites tu mihi foebus eres. An potes, o scopulis, undaque ferocio omni, si moria, titulum mortis habere meae. Ah, quanto melius iungi mea, pectora tecum, quam poterant saxes praecipitanda dari. Haec sunt illa, faon, quae tu laudare solebas, fisaque sunt totiens ingeniosa tibi, nunc velem facunda forum. Dolor atibus obstat, ingeniumque meis substitet omne males. Non mihi respondent viteres in carmina vires, plectra dolere iacent muta, dolere lyra. Lespides aequoriae, nupturaque nuptuque proles, lesbides a Julia nomina dicta lyra, lesbides infamem quae me fecistis amatiae, descenite ad citaras turba venire mea. Abstulet omne faon, quod vobis ante placebat, me miseram dixi quam modo paene, meos, efficite ut redeat, vates quoque vestra redibet. Ingenio virus ille dat, ille rapit. Equid ago precibus, pectus ve agreste movitur, an riget et sephiri verba caduca ferunt, qui mea verba ferunt, velem tua vela referent. Hoc te si saperes lenta decebat opus. Si veredes pupique tuae votiva paranto, munera quid laceras pectora nostra mora. Solveratem, Venus orta mari mare praestat amanti, aura dabit cursum, tu motto solveratem. Ipse gubernarbet residens in pupe cupido, ipse dabit tenera vela regetque manu, sive juvat longe fugisse, pelasgida Sappho. Non tamen invenies cur ego digna fugi, hoc saltem miserae crudeles epistola dicat, ut mihi Leucadiae fata petantur aquae.
I cannot hear my own voice over the roaring, foam-flecked waters, but Omnia emits a high-spirited shriek that tickles my cochlear nerve, aqua di wello. This is translated into English as God's water, but is pronounced as rabbit's piss. Oh, rabbits! If only you could make love with such wanton abandon as the two of us, thus. Why does this ridiculous skirt confine me? Omnia says as she sheds the A-line pleated wool and tulle midi, not quite like a snake shedding its skin, more like a heron shedding its cocoon. My God-given, male-form reproductive organ is swelled to the size of a thermos flask, begging to be unwound from its springs and freed from its strapping. Today, my heart is a sack of moldy rose petals. Today, her heart is a sea sponge soaked in vinegar. Omnia drops to her knees and unzips my fly. Right on cue, the first wisp of sperm makes a desperate, death-stricken bid for escape into the gelid, winter air. Spring will arrive soon, but it will be too late for the two of us. We are already overcome by its fever. My fuck shorts are soaking wet, oh, informs me, they are full of slutty little teeny tit flaps. Fuck you, you dirty old man, she says to me. When you force me to wear a wasp-waisted corset on Ash Wednesday, it gets me so horned up that I have to go to the glory holes on Crowd and take the cocks of men I don't even like into my mouth and swill their brackish chlorine-tasting ejaculations down my throat as if they were sudsy spumes of tangy sweet champagne imbued with subtle notes of peach and figs and citrus. It is as if all the miraculous symbols of love and fidelity that once populated our domestic sanctuary have now been turned to ashes and their ghostly particles swept away by a strident gust. Gaunt, wicked, malformed fingers violate my child bride on the sagging altar and etch their ulcerated, pornographic graffiti onto her intestinal walls. Omnia's nostrils flare dramatically and disclose their guillotines. I make a mental note not to screw her in her snoot. The party in Los Angeles was yampy queerdo. Women, wearing black silk hoods over their heads, hang from trees in leather harnesses, naked as Eve before the fall. Nina Simone's Strange Fruit blares on a loop through the silhouetted forest. Scent of magnolia, clean and fresh. Guests may insert a finger or two, or a tongue, or a nose, but not a penis, as the women have been hung up much too high for ambitious coxmen to perform such a maneuver. I notice all the women have hairy pussies and hairy armpits, and yet their legs are clean-shaven. Moans swallowed. Silky vein, my petal. Slippery pinprick. A black-coated jaguar chews on the dorsal flank of a humpback whale and swallows a flirtatious hummingbird whole. Omnia looks up at me with her doe eyes. Her gazers are shining bright, sparkling, like two almond-shaped galaxies. They are awash with an odd combination of childish naivete and sheer wickedness. And, further besides, perhaps even, love? Yes, I think, yes, love, it is love that I see. I kiss her saccular lips. She gasps. Then cringes. A leprous, spastic behemoth emerges from the water holding out its bloody, amputated stump in a gesture of invitation. A familiar figure. 2 dewlaps and 2 breasts with 2 eyes for nipples. Wide open, transfixed, unblinking. Like they are watching the television set. On the wall. On the table. Watching the boob tube. What they are about to see is something they'll never forget. Omnia rubs her slippery quim over my stubbled chin. A benediction of warm fluids oozes from her sex hole. She tastes like the fruit of the sea. A sea made of curdled milk, desiccated communion wafers, and the briny tears of clotted sperm wept by her banished lovers. French bulb fountains trickle noiselessly behind us. We embrace as 2 thoroughly exhausted lovers on the bed of unconditional lust, sharing a single, vivid hallucination of amatory perfection. But alas, it cannot last. An unforeseen squall has now arrived in our happy town. Her frilly, Victorian knickers are all of a sudden sopping wet, inclement as a winding sheet soaked with bitter tears on the beer of night. My heroic, pustulant areola is now immodestly close to her battered, pusillanimous cervix. I rub my stiff, rubbery nipple on her voluptuous clit. She flexes. Then groans. A cloud of feminine steam rises from the wintry marshes. A pining cry from the skeletal lattices of the seashore pierces my inner ear and returns me once more to the precincts of the halcyon days when our love was in its prime. Omnia's winsome breasts are smeared with the talons of hornets and the cruelest shrines of degenerate goddesses. A stinging slap stripteases the cloven hoof of her cadaver mound. She carcasses herself with my coarse sword. Then kisses the meteor of her 2 breasts. "Get back to the swamp, ass licker," she shrieks. "Watch your mouth, young lady," I warn her, "or I'll wash it out with soap and water." She pinches her nipples through her t-shirt and pokes out her tongue. I can see I'm going to have to give her a lesson in how to behave. Where did I leave my cane? You know where it is? Good. Fetch it for me now, you impertinent little wench. You're due for a good thrashing. I'll give you 7 fresh stripes on your moon-bathed buttocks. And, remember, I don't want to hear you make a sound while I'm correcting you. So wad up your cunt damp, silky smooth, monogrammed panties and shove them in your smartalecky little speakhole. Omnia leaps off the bed and takes refuge in the closet. I can hear her singing inside. "Oh Paulu, oh Pora, oh Fall, oh Paul," she warbles. "Isn't it just divine that you and I are both such devout Christians and yet still are so polymorphously perverse?" She bursts out of the armoire, starkers now, save for her sunglasses, socks, and shoes. Omnia shoves the Panama Ben Wa balls I brought her for Christmas into her cunt hole and clambers into her rocking chair in a woozy stupor. She takes a deep whiff of amyl nitrate into her left, then her right nostril and croons, "I want to get high high high." She lifts one foot onto the edge of the rocking chair. She is wearing her Margiela silicone-dipped socks and her platform sandals. The ones that come with the calf clamp iPhone holder. She presses the smartphone screen and a recording begins to play. It is a video of my sweet angel being fucked doggy style by another man. His cock is not longer but is much thicker than mine. Close-ups of her face, her eyes wide, sweaty strands of hair plastered to her forehead, the edge of her mouth contorted in a bestial sneer. Then she closes her eyes and bliss rinses her face pure and clean. "Kneel down and jerk off to it," Omnia says. "If you're lucky, next time, I won't shower, and when I get home you can eat his yummy sperm right out of my pre-loved cunt." Smell of oil paint. Impasto friezes of a sexual inferno depicted in colors so intense they seem to vibrate off the canvas. Contorted bodies in various stages of degradation and imminent psychological collapse. A woman's face rendered with a softer hand, powdery scumbling of sepia and burnt umber hues. Possibly a touch of mummy brown pigment daubed here and there. The bells of the Sacre-Cœur clang-clang up on Martyrs Hill. Omnia's uterus is lined with cobblestones. The entrance to her vulva is barricaded by an inverted cross. I have longed for her my whole life without ever realizing it. And here she is at last, a mad passion of rainless grains alchemized into a woman's body. Your mother has fallen asleep inside Omnia's womb. Do not wake her. Let her rest. Tonight, we shall satisfy ourselves with the hush-mouthed art of sodomy. Gently, oh so gently, quiet as a mouse. Omnia's smiling face is the spoon that I use to eat my own brains for breakfast. "Would you like a second helping?" she asks. She towers high above me, on altitudinous limbs, gazing down from immeasurable heights. Her long tresses billowing in the breeze. Her bare, barbarous breasts, banked with pearl-gray clouds. Omnia pinches her nose, and blows hard, trying to make her ears pop at the high altitude. With her lively, puckish attitude she tries to equalize the two of us so that we can, should we so choose to, fit together rear to snout, hindquarters to forelegs. To collect the shards of our ignorance and tendresse and amalgamate them into something approximating a harmonious conjunction of prelapsarian unity. I kiss the stray circuit lines at the base of her back. She arches like a cat and hisses at me. Something clicks in behind her belly button, it clicks right into place. Omnia blushes like a schoolgirl. She squints at me. "You didn't hear that, did you?" she asks, then queefs low and moribund and extrudes an arabesque, glittering turd from her clammy anus. The earthly mucus is boiling behind the plank wall. My partner in crime says, You better come quick. My promiscuous uterus has popped next door into a mirror dimension for a clandestine fuck with the supreme being, and I have to tell you that God has a green, triphallic, badger's penis covered in burr knots that makes me feel oh so good. Her eyes are marred with veins of blue marble. Her irises are made of candy. The fulcrum of her pelvis is a child's swing set inlaid with silver filigree and enchanted cowrie shells. The soft duns of her scrawny breasts are a shiver and a quiver in the wind and rainlight. Omnia is shaking with anticipation of all the wonders yet to come, all the wicked sensations that this illicit coupling has to offer her. She gets down on all fours, throws her head back, tears open her shirt, and cries out, I am a whore. I am a slut. I shit out gilded arpeggios and glittering abracadabras. I am a daughter of Satan. An acolyte of pure carnality. I am the dauphine of debauchery. And don't you forget it, Paul, you fucking faggot. She wiggles her softest parts at me. A wave of warm breath wafts through the frigid air. Let's go there, she murmurs softly to no one in particular. At the Cabaret de l'Enfer, the topless nymphs are all smiles. They welcome us into their heavenly banquet. They give Omnia a naked leg twirl. A frieze of buxom burlesque dancers cavort backstage. They lift Omnia off the ground. She's levitated from beneath her armpits. Through the 6-foot-tall waves. Above the deranged arabesque of her Philip Tracy hat, which has fallen into the tide and is now being swept out to sea. Her auric corpus crunches and sifts. Around the creamy, intoxicating salts. Her titanic dildo gurgles. Her armpit feet plow the watery depths. Her translucent cleft bares its tummy. Scented soap is spattered across her pale skin. She holds on for dear life. High-pitching shrieking up into the sky. Her once discreet nipples, jutting out, brazen and impudent, rouged with a thick paste of cinnabar. A statue of Bacchus beckons to the last of the arriving crowd. The freesias are already wilting. Flaring and expiring. Please read me your catechism. I'm in my skivvies. My face is seeping. I raise my night-mooned hand to God. Please, I'm a very dirty little boy, help me to get off. Omnia prostrates herself before me. Bowing down as I masturbate. Cocking her head to my vesicant thumb. She licks my fingerprints, one by one, until they are warm and wet, until the whorls are worn off. Put it inside me, if you must, she says, feigning nonchalance. She gestures with a limp hand toward my stiffening cock. I move stealthily toward her, like the shadow of the pineal watchtower slyly lengthening across the Cuntal Plaza at the hour of eventide. Omnia's puritanical uterus shrieks, no. No. No, but I am indifferent to its protests. Her vulva now has a bullseye painted on it. I move toward her, past the boiling toilet, through a bulletproof barrier, over a medieval moat that is bursting its banks. My body is undulating like an umbilical cord made of ectoplasm. Silent and sensitive as silver halide salts suspended in colloid. My sphincter is cocked and ready to fire. Egon Sheila gooses me with a bony index finger. Omnia eyes me with a cross-eyed stare of malicious lust. You will not put that thing in me. She yells in defiance, deploying reverse psychology to hasten my incursion into her most intimate of fissures. She is being prudent, I think, by withdrawing, shrinking from sight, fading away like a Bronte heroine into the gossamer mists of the moors. Suddenly, an about-face, and she returns with renewed fervor. Her hands are bracing her hips. Now they are cupped under her buttocks. Her swollen clitoris, a pink origami swan, beckons me with its wing. Before my very eyes, Omnia's face melts. Her visage has been transformed into a papier-mâché mask crudely fashioned in the style of de Latour's portrait of the penitent Magdalene. I kiss her softly on her lips, which are starting to slide off her face and seep and gloop into my lap. I am grateful when she shifts the attention elsewhere, lifting her nightdress over her head, and telling me to put my dirty little pee-pee into her naughty little hidey hole. I rise on tiptoes, picking up speed. Omnia writhes upon the bed, chanting a prayer in the Hebrew tongue, petitioning her God as one might petition a lover, her hands mangling her breasts, her mouth frothing like an overflowing sewage grate. I need to insert. I need to probe. I need to break through. I need to push deep into her depths. Her vagina is a scab. I have an urge to pick it off with the end of my prick. I shove it in her, with no regard for her pleasure, her pain, or her person. She is a whole to me, that is all. And she enjoys it most that way. With every inward thrust, her face creases with a new wrinkle, she squints, she screams, she urinates, her mouth bleeds. I increase my rhythm, all the more desperate now. I swivel my hips like a teenage girl hula hooping the rings of Saturn. The alabaster vase lunges at me. I deftly evade it. I slide in a little deeper, savoring the creaks, the ridged texture of her vaginal canal, a combination of flesh, feathers, and the heaving, undulant, mother sea. I am on top of her, balancing with the sheer strength of my arousal, on my knees, thrusting, pistoning, discovering her slipperiness, the way she accommodates me, the slide of her bottom against my sodden sack, and the half-sighing, half-sobbing, moans of protest. No. 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 The submerged continent of Tasmantis rises up from the sea. Water spills off its basaltic columns. At the pinnacle of Baal's pyramid, Jesus is crucified. A spiny crown of Kina shells pierce his anguished brow. Masks and frozen poses dance across the surreal landscape. The three faces of Eve. Appearing through shapeless, leaking water. The Star of David with etchings of glass eyes. They glow. The stars. Bathing Omnia's undraped body in an empyrean light. Rise up and soar as true as the sea for me. The sol-jeweled corsets refract auric coronas upon your pale brow. The dappled nymphs disport. Hail the dawn of ecstasy. You sigh and shake your head. I scream to the sky. Oh, Lord, look at us, and try to forgive us. We are your children. Tell us how to be. The ghost of Yeshua's Kina skull floats past, bobbing along the surface of the water. Ushering in the second coming. Instead of fig leaves, Omnia and I wear sargassum frogfish over our private parts. We revel in the pearl dust that covers our thighs. Our spangling genitals squeak with joy. All our thoughts swim pure and clear in the sainted light. Behind my closed eyelids, I behold an evil from her past. A man-sized cockroach in repose upon a Venetian red Louis XV fainting couch. The repugnant creature points an accusatory foreleg up towards infinity. The filaments of his antennae incandesce with brush-like traces of St. Elmo's fire. He is coming, Omnia whispers in my ear. I do not know whether she is referring to her cockroach rapist father or to the risen Christ. We pass, hand in hand, through the anhydrous ocean canyons, as the sea swells over our heads and rises up to meet the stars. Omnia had her first orgasm at the age of 5 when she was horseback riding in the Altai Mountains. She had her second a year later on the red Louis XV fainting couch in her father's study. Her father, Mikhail, fed a dark paste to her on a tiny silver spoon. A special treat, he called it. The paste was opium, mixed with cinnamon and honey, to quell the bitter taste. Omnia's father, whom she lovingly referred to as Batya, pulled off her panties and licked her in her forbidden place. Omnia lay back and watched the clouds changing shape through the skylight overhead. Then Batya put his thing into her and she bled a little on the red couch. A red stain neither of them would ever wash off. A memento. A souvenir. Red upon red. She thought it felt better than anything else she had felt before, and this thought filled her with shame and made her blush bright red. She liked it so very, very much and wanted to do it again at each and every opportunity, and she dreamed of the next time they would do it, and she hated herself for liking it and wanted to kill him for making her feel that way, and one time she even went into his bedroom when he was sleeping with a kitchen knife to stab him in the neck, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. The knife is now an erogenous zone. The knife is now a stainless steel archipelago. Omnia and I wander the length of the metallic shore. It gleams from deep within, its contours at the outermost edges blending with the tumultuous sea. Colliding, enmeshed, corroding. Omnia and I feel no desire. We make love like the dead. She is wearing a wedding veil and exhaling iridescent bubbles from the hissing vent between her tautened thighs. I can't tell if I love her or hate her. I'll cut you, she says to the knife. And then you'll know the difference. I try to get up and leave, but there's something holding me down. Holding me in place. The weight pressing on me has a familiar smell. An olfactory signal infused with exotic pheromones. It smells like the sap of the night sky. It smells like Omnia's fragrant snatch. Oh, de pussy, she calls the scent. The fainting couch is with us still in our apartment on the Rue Cordet. I don't know why she keeps it. Actually, I do know, but I do not want to think about that. I want to take the thing to the dump and pour gasoline on it and watch it burn. Piss on the charred remains. Marking my territory. But I don't. Every once in a while, when we are feeling even more lustful than usual, we will fuck on the red fainting couch. Omnia loves it. The dirty little minx. She tells me she has had some of her strongest upheavals and most satisfying raptures with me on that grotesque piece of furniture. When I'm out, I am certain she masturbates on it, conjuring up the pater familias with her moans and groans and soft cries. The disembodied tongue of her long-dead father parting her pudgy, creamy labia, like the prophet Moses parting the churning waters of the Red Sea. The seducer's stratagem operates on two levels: eloquence of expression and embodiment of sincerity. Or, in the absence of sincerity, an efficacious simulacrum of it. His desire for me creates a brief vulnerability in him, a momentary show of weakness. Then, kindling his mouth into a quick flare of a smile, he intersplices his wordless grin with a silent dare. His smile is composed of the constituent elements of charisma, mockery, and contempt. He deploys it as a desperate Hail Mary to draw me back into his web. When he only half succeeds, he throws me off balance with a laugh, unhorses my inner rider off her even Steven, and causes me to reveal something about myself that I did not want to tell him. When I read his writing, I sensed his abysses. Only a monster could write a book like that. A blank and heavy darkness permeates every square inch of my unmarried soul. If we erase the last letter of the word soul, then we will have a so, and with it we shall buy a bowl of soup. The soup of our souls we serve to ourselves without even knowing it, made from a girl's first menstruation, seasoned with grated white truffles, red berry camphor peppercorns, and a witch's toenail clippings. Snip snip snizzle snort, the rainbow goblins chant, as they polish the beams to brightness with creamy waxwings and a gentle acid cleaning agent distilled from a Veloma's tears. All right then, and sod you, my one and only well-beloved. My certain destruction is clinging to the very timbre of your voice, like lint to linen is. This is a love story, our histoire, the story of me and him. However, it is also a contemporary age love story, and as such it is bedeviled by the many love-related trials, tribulations, and torments, characteristically belonging to our present-day era. I mean, no person, or persons, or lovey-dovey pair of perfect for each others ever existed in a sealed-off vacuum, devoid of external formative influences. Each of us is a cellular repository for those unable to be forgotten memories and wrenching emotional traumas that, from infancy on, molded our anatomy's neural architecture and made, at least in his and my case, a profound, devastating, disordering impact on the rest of our lives. Due to this, I am of the opinion that it would be really quite unfair to hold he and I solely responsible and entirely accountable for the eventual dissolution of our affaire de coeur, although, I acknowledge that, in thinking this, I may very well be cleverly outfoxing my own brain and making a poor hapless dupe of my overtrustful credulous self. A writer is not simply a mere mortal, but is, over and above that, a manifestation of language itself. Up early today, I want to get some writing in before he wakes. It's warm, so I'm not going to dress, just sit at the typer nude, like he so very often does himself. The bastard, he knows it makes me horny to see him like that. Lost to himself in the throes of creation, God coursing through his veins like divine electricity. He knows, as I do, an artist must make himself or herself available to forces beyond his or her own ken. To sally forth towards an ideal of perfection, while abstaining from actively striving for it. To try not to try, in other words, a concept which is relatively easy to grasp in the abstract, but far more difficult to put into practice. Most of the time our moods harmonize. Every once in a while there are storms. Who's the instigator of the domestic strife and the household discord? Well, me, of course, although I don't like to openly admit it. I enjoy pulling his strings and watching him react. Perverse, I know, but it gives me pleasure, and one must take their pleasure where one can. I guess, I don't have to guess, I know, that this is some form of revenge I am taking out on my father, using my lover as a proxy for my patriarch. I stick a knife in Paul and it's my father who screams. They are similar in some ways. The two monumental men in my life. Both are manful, but P has a more pronounced and powerful feminine side. Both were practitioners of martial arts. Just as I am. Mikhail, Krav Maga and Jiu-Jitsu, Paul, karate, kung fu, and Thai boxing. And me, all of those and more. My father began to train me when I was a little girl. We had nightly training sessions which included the acquiring of new techniques, a fitness regimen, and full contact sparring. He gave me no quarter, and as I grew, he expected none from me. I remember the night I had him on the ground, tied up in a hold, breaking 2 of his ribs with a knee to his midsection. He was hurt bad. He was angry about being hurt. But he was proud that I did it. Nowadays, Paul and I wrestle for fun and I almost always win. I am writing to you from the holiday house on Lake Orda. It started snowing 2 days ago. Pear and Mare are always fussing about, hovering around, getting on my last nerve. They're forever asking me how I am, how I'm coping without you, as if they even care. We are cooped up together here like sardines in a tin. I never get a moment to myself. I wish they'd just let me suffer on my own. Every day they buy me a new gift. It's usually something expensive, a piece of jewelry or a rare first edition book. The other day it was a copy of Lolita signed by Nabokov, something I would usually love, but because I know they're doing this to try and make up for separating us, I won't accept any of these gifts, which are actually, in truth, buy-offs for my affections. Nor will I forgive them for doing this, taking you away from me, not ever, I promise you that. Last night, when I was getting dressed for bed, a fox came to my window. He looked at me and I stared back at him. His eyes were unbearably sad. I went to get him a bowl of water, but when I came back he was gone. I wanted to tell him how beautiful he was. But I didn't have the chance to. I can't say what, exactly, but there was something about him that reminded me of you. Did you come visit me last night in your dreams? Were you the sad fox? How are things in Berlin? How are you bearing up? Are you as lonely as I am? Do you miss me? I miss you terribly. Write soon. Send your letter to Alicine, at the address written on the back of the envelope. She'll give it to me when I get back to Paris. I send you kisses, my love. We must find a way to be together again soon. I love you more than I can possibly say. The kitty climbed up the closet. Hearing the telltale scratching of her tiny sickle claws above him, the skeleton struggles to find his way out of the closet ere his mother had hung him up 53 years ago. Paulo Eros is a closet pervert. I got him with harem no jutsu. He is recuperating at the Maria Resort and Spa in Crimea, where the mountains meet the sea and the sumptuous sisson of Kasia's hind cleavage meets the writer's walloping hand. Alas, his hand is broken in 5 places, so he cannot fully appreciate the gentle spatial curvature of her velcro-covered sit-me-downs. I'm going to masturbate, before I have a light lunch of dark chocolate bunnies in white chocolate coffins. It is possible for you to come and observe, if that is your preference, the easy and beautiful undertow of the ocean's mussels powwowing with great zeal with the unzipped fly of the sky. She bent over and showed him her benzene rings. Kiss kiss Kasia. Kiss Kasia's ass, his computerized consigliere blurted out to him. He lies upon the single bed. He is wearing black trousers, no socks, no shirt. Lengths of twine are strung across the hotel room, from which dangle bull clips clamped onto scads of typewritten pages. The man's current mood is saturnine. He has, of late, been assailed by intermittent bouts of depression. Suicide frequently enters his train of thought. But, this time, at least, he quickly dispels it without much effort. A pink-purple twilight wash of light exposure migrates into the room like an unexpected miracle. Keep the same light condition consistent for the viewer, but crossfade, slowly, larghissimo tempo, in time with the welling, swelling orchestral music, from his private world to hers. The young woman lies upon the double bed, sure-handedly petting herself, brutally dreaming of him. Omnia is on the brink or orgasm, but it is the mental movie she is playing in her head of the surgical birth at the crash site that finally sends her over the edge. I left a hole so we can still get the eggs. The emergency C-section delivery of Paul after the auto crash is reimagined as a séance à trois. Retrochronal mother-son reunion. Patricia, 18 years old. Paul, 2 years old. No one gets me hard like my teenage mother does when I have anatomically regressed to toddler-sized dimensions. Retrochronal mother-son reunion. Patricia, 18 years old. Paul, 52 years old. You are the instigator of outlawed intimacies. You lean in close and kiss me on the lips. I unzip your pants for you. The forbidden fruit has been picked from the tree, but it has yet to be consumed. My hand worms its way into your panties. With your cunt's leaky pipes, you've lubricated yourself quite well. A little too well, perhaps. Shame on you, and your sopping wet cunt, you sexually deviantial juvenile delinquent. I roll down your panties, much too roughly. I'm impatient. I've been waiting all of my life to stick my cock inside you. And now that moment has arrived. I can scarcely process the fact that we have given ourselves permission to fuck each other. My heart is in halves. Like a pair of flayed wings. It beats and flutters upon the back of your wrists. In order to eliminate any lingering fear that might be present between us, you make the Salvator Mundi hand sign and mumble a prayer beneath your breath. We kiss. Softly at first, then with increasing savagery. Tears of relief and overwhelm stripe your pale cheeks with glistening stria. You tear open your shirt like a hysteric. Your right breast flops out clumsily, the nipples stiff and bristling, triggering my rooting reflex, my primal urge to suck. I latch onto your teenage teat as if my life depended on it. Your warm, bluish-white breast milk is contaminated with hot, black automotive transmission oil from the auto crash which, for me, happened 52 years ago, but for you, took place only a few seconds back. You're still in a state of shock. You unbuckle my pants with trembling fingers. I place your broken hand casually on my cock. In my room, he arrives a little after 6. I'm dressed but lying on the bed. The first words exchanged between us are unreal. It's been so long since we have seen each other, nearly a year now. I dip my index finger in the bowl of holy water and make the sign of the cross on his forehead. The first kiss, a hello kiss, the second, an I've missed you so much kiss, the third, I want you to fuck me right now kiss. Then I tell him I'm so sore from edging all day today in anticipation of his arrival, that I can't even walk properly now. I get down on the floor between his legs, unzip his trousers and start sucking him. I move against him, on him. I rub my cunt on his shin. Humping his leg like a dog. I've never done that before. I have a desire to relieve myself on his leg. Like a dog. To mark my territory with a steaming stream of piss. To rush out into the street. To cock my leg in public and urinate on someone. Anyone at all, just so long as they're a total stranger. I want to see the look of their face when I do. I'm imagining a blend of confusion, and shock, and disgust, and perhaps, even a begrudging arousal. I think of a dog that's just been beaten by his master, who drags it into a room for a rape. The rape is already in progress when I enter the room. They have started without me and this makes me very angry. I rush forward to pull them apart, make them wait for me. The rape stops. The dog starts to pee. I don't turn my head away. I put my ear to the little streamlet that's running down his leg. It trickles onto my head, through my long hair and into my ear hole. I turn to one side and put my lips to the little stream of piss. I swallow it. Like a dog. No, not like a dog wouldn't do that, like something less than a dog, like a perverted little girl god who likes being subjugated and humiliated by her brother, perhaps something like that. I caress the dog's forelegs and hind legs and lick his paw pads and rub my face in his cock and balls. I lick his ass. It tastes weird. But it doesn't taste all that bad. I'm beside myself with lust. For me it's just a very beautiful image. I have Venexia's piss all over my face and running down my lips and cascading off the end of my chin as I suck our dog's asshole, frigging myself off, working my sopping cunthole with my frantic fingers, my face wrenched with lustful torsions, my eyes blasted with limitless joy. When I'm licking Venexia's asshole, I like to play a game of make-believe that I'm a cute little kitty lapping at a saucer of milk. Venexia likes the rough sandpaper lick on his tingly sphincter. It forces his pink panty to pop out of their protective chromium spheres and rudely protrude, voicelessly begging to be sucked. I know I'm being a bit crazy to lick up his piss. But I don't care. I don't care about the rest either. I'm in a state of out-and-out ecstasy. I lick the penis of my mother's son. Oh, how he must hate me. Oh, how he must hate my love. V said I was the one he wanted and nobody else, but he didn't know that I wanted us to do this. Nor did I, not until the urgency of the primal urge befell us. Nor until it loomed up like a darkling wave and broke on our heads and came to pass as a reality and fell out of us like a bad idea falls out of the mind. The three of us, Venexia, myself and our well-trained Jackie, degrading ourselves in a red-faced séance à trois. I lick my brother's cock the way a dog licks a bone. I stick out my tongue and lap up the stream of piss which is murlied with pearly droplets of his pre-cum. In the middle of the fun, I wonder how much of it's because of what I've done to him, the way Venexia's become lately. More and more introverted, more and more morose and autodestructive. He was a good straight boy not so very long ago. I feel a bit guilty about this, but I stuff the feeling down somewhere inside of me that it cannot be felt or reacted to. I get back to the party. The ecstasy is overpowering. The awakening is profound. It's a total abnegation of myself, of my personal identity. There is no I or me anymore. Venexia says, only an orgasm as sharp as razors can undo us. Only complete annihilation can provide us with relief. I breathe out. I relax. He always understands. He's the only one who truly does. Now, Venetia, come here. Lie on top of me and kiss me. Kiss me as if it were the last time. Kiss me because there is no more you. Kiss me because I have made you into something else. Kiss me because you no longer belong to yourself, you belong only to me. See these two belly buttons each of us possess. One for the umbilicus that is linked to the placenta, the other for the umbilicus that connects me to you and enjoins you to me. His artful seduction of my female soul, which has just now commenced its deleterious swoon, is rudely interrupted by the quizzical fascinations of my fevered intellect. Reader, I want to ask you something, and I want you to be completely honest when you answer me. Have you ever been fucked in the mouth by a hybrid before? If not, then perhaps you should give it a try. Jackie isn't a dog. I was fibbing about that. I mean, he is a dog, but he's more than just a regular doggo. Jackie is 1 part Jack Russell Terrier, 1 part Jack Rabbit, and 1 part jackalope. A jackalope is a cross between a hare and an antelope. When it's rutting season, we'll do the dirty deed between 5 and 40 times a day. My poor little pussy, she's so sore after, but she's yummily thrumming when we lay with each another, and he's not like a human boy, spent after a squirt or two, he's always ready and primed for more. A tip for the neophyte to the sport of cross-species intimacies. Wear something over your flanks, so you don't get ripped open by your mate's impatient claws. I have a special pair of leather chaps I wear for when I break the species barrier in my lovemaking with my domesticated beasts. When he striddles your hindquarters and humps your haunches, you can hear all those other animal noises coming from inside him, lots of barking, snarling and growling, squawking and screeching, croaks and clicks, like a crazy zoo in there. We take a myriad of human and non-human shapes and forms in the pursuit of a penumbral, crowning pleasure that will cure us of the pain of being born captives of the flesh in this prison of time. I unhitch the shadow of his antlers from the floor and he hears me calling out to him, which is not expressed as a sound but exuded as a scent. Venexia takes Polaroids of Jackie and I fucking. The full-body shots for our private collection, the close-ups of my face, where you can't see Jackie, we scale up to wall size and exhibit in art galleries and art museums. The expressions of ecstasy get the collectors hot. They can tell something is happening outside of the frame, something corrupt and sinful, but can't quite discern exactly what that something is. Later we take pictures of our faces covered in spunk, V and I. These photos will serve as visual evidence of our eridopathic offenses if we ever wind up in family court. But really we're not talking about man's laws and moral codes and mores here, or the transgression of them. We're talking about spiritual epiphanies, deep feelings of being loved by God that can only be accessed by going to the absolute bottom of who we are. We dose ourselves up on GHB and give Jackie a little to lap up in his stainless steel dish. The GHB makes us so fucking horny, and everything that was once rock solid and sharp-edged grows unstable and goes all wavy and undulatory. The membrane between this world and the world beyond it thins out. You can see through the dimensional curtain now. I see a girl, aged around 5 or 6, with a blue and white horizontal striped t-shirt on that is familiar to me, but I can't make out her facial features, but I swear know the top from somewhere. A few days later, I realize the girl was me. The girl blinks out of existence and we get back to the business of tampering with each other's brotherly and sisterly bits and pieces. Midway through the session, as the drug's effect starts to wear off and we begin to take possession of our senses again, we smoke methamphetamine to sharpen us up and ramp up our libidos even further. Take a moment to imagine what it must feel like at rock bottom, with the memory of your existence as a mortal child fully fried out of you by the pure rush of pee, with Venexia perched on your doggy's back and Jackie's back turned to you in front of your nether, ready to take your load once it boils to the top. The memoryless past is one that makes for the best possibilities for the future, for it gives you the liberty to reinvent yourself. The more you lose yourself in becoming one with someone else, or with all creatures beneath the sun, including those yet to be born, the less room in your heart there is for hatred and retribution. Venexia is all on about bringing the sacred down to the profane and bringing the profane back up to the sacred. But maybe that's just the drugs talking, some kind of bullshit excuse for his degeneracies. This is a very horny moment in history. I am getting so aroused right now as I type out these words to you that I might need to take a break from writing and go tend to my other needs. Maybe you'd like to help me. Send me an email. Tell me what you'd like to do to me. I'm going to hold off on touching myself, even though my pants have been getting moist in the front. I'll wait. To wait is better. It will be a better climax if I wait. And so, back to the story. All our joint pleasures give way finally, to one last communal squirt and we three disband. Jackie lifts his leg and starts licking himself. I hunt for my vape in the bedroom. Venexia goes to the lavabo and takes a leak. The combination of the GHB and the meth is the best combo for sex, but it ruins you in other ways, atrophies your conscience, shuts down your empathy, and, in the long run, makes you something less than a human being. It hollows you out and takes you away from you, so now you're someone, or something, else. At the moment, Venexia and we're not thinking about the long run though, only the infinite, shudderingly exquisite now. Our two penises join forces. Venexia's flesh and blood genuine article and my man-made 3D printed strap-on one. Our two penises join forces swimming around each other in strange postures. Back in the province of reality, Jackie is behind the camera taking pictures of me and V having sex canine style. Half of Life by Soundwalk Collective is playing on the stereo. The choice of music is of the utmost relevancy and as such of the utmost importance. It does more than merely set the mood. It opens gateways of consciousness. Our entire sexual experience is filled with inner journeying. Sometimes our most profound experiences occur during some out-of-body affair. With GHB and E and LSD at least, one can quasi-consciously ride in fragile crystal elevator to infinity and back again. We know the threshold. It takes 5 seconds to slip out of our flesh vessels and float above our finite bodies watching all the pleasure unfold from outside ourselves. Just before climaxing, as Jackie is instinctually rutting and making me his, and I am far gone in my own animality, Venexia touches his fingers gently to my lips, time halts, freezes in place, God there, goggle-eyed and held enthralled by us and by us induced to self-abuse. Projected on the lens surface of the omniscient eye, an image which can never be erased. Letter to Omnia. I sleep soundly with the soft tissue pad of her mons veneris as a pillow for my head. Then rouse, erogenous, in the silver light of morning, with the crenulated imprint of her pubic hairs upon my tear-stained cheek. Last night, we gorged ourselves on the yellow fruit of midnight, to the music of agile Waikato rats scuttling in the walls. Hidden in dreams among the roots of the bone tree, we have provision for any end. Banal, disgusting, and futile, our own impudent entrails nourish us for eternity. We are. Or perhaps we are not. Is there any difference between the two? I am sorry to say I have only lightly perspiring, fleetest most momentary, vague contorted views of myself and others. The sky over our heads is covered with a thin, dusty film. In the pellicle, the amoebae languidly locomote and hatefully make love. Yours and mine, two faces eternally gazing or disengaged, breathing in the same stagnant air, a grotesque Siamese twin. If one from the other does not separate me immediately, I will find myself eviscerated and reborn through your endless thieving hands. The struggle is. We cannot tell the coffin from the sea. How then should we form this or that idea of ourselves or of each other? The death of desire is the only possible outcome. There is no other end for us. The ground streams run red with the promise of deliverance. I have never wanted a single being more than her. Not a doctor, a judge, a streetwalker, not even a truth teller. Not a murder suspect, a plumber, a farmer, a whale, or a clerk. Not the produce of any field. Not any political system. Not my mother who I met once and once only. Not even the orange-haired vampire girl that stalks the Rue d'Assas every night at 11:11 p.m. I am now fragmenting amidst the densely crowded forest canopy. And then the clever paramours of its tender lever will inevitably well eyes to overflowing with their anxious weight. I want you, Omnia. And you want me too. Stop lying to yourself and admit it. I have seen your surly soft body lurking behind the trees, primed with a cacophonous temptation. No, no. I can't go through with it. What's that? You view me as a model husband? I can't imagine why. What would you like me to do? Give you an excuse to fall in love? I will hard fart here upon your chalk-white feet. I will kiss the windpipe of your landlady's pet monkey and collect every one of her stingers. I will denounce you in front of your own dead father. I will declare my love to you and watch you break into tears. I will beg you to stop the horse-drawn carriage. I will take you for a walk and have you run off in the direction of the waterfalls. I will pull you by the ears and slap you with my shoes. I will stand at the window and stare at you until you scream for mercy. I will stand before a firing squad of fourth-wave feminists and shoot myself in the chest. Yes, go on. Sing me a song. How about shut your eyes, hold my hand, and bury your dream with mine? Why did I reject you? Why did I reject you not once but multiple times? When the mere thought of having you drives me downright insane? Indulge me now. You will not regret it, I swear. You are gratuitously mutilated by your slightly weird, wholly transcendent beauty. Yes, your attractional power does fade like an other woman's, but it does have remarkable elasticity and holds its shape remarkably well. I beheld your disfigurement and marveled at its power. How did this eyesore of yours, grafted upon my body, cure the solitude, salt the blood, warm the heart, and bestow a dimension of bliss upon my being so extraordinary it cannot be expressed in words? Still, I take flight from you, even as I pursue you. There, in a forlorn pile, her vagina exudes a strange oily fluid. An assemblage of indistinct numbers and pathogenic other presences. Its aroma is indescribable. It is imbued with a redolent nose of rape pheromones. I have known this dream to evaporate before in the face of reality, but never so quickly or so dramatically. The last time, I felt like a drunk stumbling through the Louvre, balancing a trident on each shoulder. You are Omnia, damn the torpedoes, I will salute your low, docile cowbehind at any hour of the day. Just not this instant. In the brief and fleeting moment before it is too late to turn back. Without you, my life will evaporate into an inky soup of sleep and boredom until I reappear as a brand new, ridge-covered fetus, nursing at a breast of discarded Play-Doh, on the deserted desert highway. Don't say anything for now. A word from you would send me as mad as a hatter. Whenever you wash your cat, just know I'm there beside you. Now is the time to own up. Do not come after me. Or molest Babette. I need some time alone. Now and then, feel free to masturbate vigorously, while you strike your rump with a riding crop, yelling, "Forever yours, Omnia." Thwack. Forever yours, Omnia. Thwack. Forever yours, Omnia. Thwack. Of course I can't guarantee all that you dream of for us will happen. Or that we will even survive it, our utterly swollen wish to commune with one another in a drastically improper way. Irony is real. And so is the chasm between the fantasy of making love to me and my existence in the flesh. So you can only hold our marriage certificate for as long as the lichen grows on the rocks that line the shores of the great beyond. But, in the meantime, while you wait for me on the other side of the world, don't forget to shoot your errant, flaming arrows, with love letters tied to their stems, in through my open window. I have my fire extinguisher and my monocle at the ready, and I promise I will read them more than once. Once we have reunited in heaven, I may change the future. But, until then, you may never utter a single word to me, except to warn me of your impending doom. Wait, do you remember the bank at the corner? Wire me funds tomorrow and I will send you a photograph of the daughter that you never knew you had. You fell for him in the first place because, on the surface, he looked sufficiently creepy. And he did look a little homoerotic as well, which gave you that funny feeling in your frilly knickers. You were his first prey, a nervous, fragile shell of a girl. Or you were the perfect monster that he needed. It doesn't matter which one is the truth. You simply cannot fathom in your tiny female brain that he chose you and not somebody else to obsess over ad nauseum in an endless loop. I told him that he has great taste in women, but you and I both know that for him to want you he would have to be in part insane. I don't know what is taking you so long. Get on a plane tomorrow, and come. You know that you would love it here. You know that it would be an adventure of a lifetime. Our love ends at the edge of the world. And, so, it stands to reason that here, with all other conceivable directions banned, it must also begin. I'm storing up nights against you, filled with oppressive nightmares of closed flowers, stacks of noontimes, wrapped around the core wound of the solitary sun. Off that land spit of stony mouth plugs, eyes rolled by white sticks, ears cupping the sea's incoherences. You house your unnerving head, godball, lens of mercies, your stooges, plying their wild cells in my keel's shadow, pushing by like hearts, red stigmata at the very center, riding the rip tide to the nearest point of departure, dragging their Jesus hair. Did I escape, I wonder? My mind wins to you, old barnacled umbilicus, Atlantic cable, keeping itself, it seems, in a state of miraculous repair. In any case, you are always there, tremulous breath at the end of my line, curve of water upleaping, to my water rod, dazzling and grateful, touching and sucking. I didn't call you. I didn't call you at all. Nevertheless, you steam to me over the sea, fat and red, a placenta, paralyzing the kicking lovers. Cobra light, squeezing the breath from the blood bells of the fuchsia. I could draw no breath, dead and moneyless, overexposed, like an X-ray. Who do you think you are? A communion wafer? Blubbery Mary? I shall take no bite of your body, bottle in which I live, ghastly Vatican. I am sick to death of hot salt. Green as eunuchs, your wishes, hiss at my sins. Off, Ely tentacle. There is nothing between us. Come slowly, Eden. Lips unused to thee, bashful, sip thy jessamines, as the fainting bee, reaching late his flower, round her chamber hums, counts his nectars, enters, and is lost in balms. From each mouth hangs the phial of hope, abutted by the flagon of despair. In every street dwells a faceless stranger, hiding behind a low brick wall or walking beneath a sodium street lamp with his hands shoved deep into his toasty coat pockets. He wanders through the labyrinth, passing among the smooth-bellied girls, their raincoats open at the front, searching for the promised land written about in the annals of the prophets. The winter came early that year, and when I asked her why it was winter so soon already, she answered, "Why? You tell me. Is it not winter here already in the snowbound chambers of our unsatisfied hearts?" But later that evening she apologized and said she was not herself today and would I forgive her for having misspoke. Which of course, I did. It was summertime again already, and all day long along the Seine thousands of people moved like a swarm of locusts over the sandstone pavements of this colossal prison called Gay Paris. In the poorly maintained pensions, men in grubby white singlets walk up and down in front of their windows trying to feel alive. Women sit motionless before their bedroom mirrors for hours on end, disdaining their aging reflections and daring themselves to be as beautiful as they once were, many years ago when they were still in the first flush of womanhood. And we, he and I, looked on with cynical disdain, shivering in our sweltering clothes, seeing in those men's and women's bodies just one large, dark, and brutal jellyfish, who we christened with the name Napoleon III. And we saw in the eye spots of this selfish monster that most insatiable part of the human race, the part that lives for pleasure, and for pleasure only, and that takes pleasure for its one true purpose in this world. Omnia was as fine a piece of bread as ever fell into my hands. The crack between her legs tasted of cells of wild honey. The crack in her ass tasted of roses of blessed salt. She carried everywhere within her a coiled serpent who undulated against my thighs, and a bitter worm that bit deep into the delicious sweetmeats of my foolish male heart. Her hair was the color of meringue, her eyes were long and black, like a pair of limpid limousines. She had never been kissed by a gentleman, and yet in spite of this, she laughed so very often. She never grew tired of laughing, she always had something droll on her mind. When I was unable to bear her laughter or my laughter any longer, I would stop smiling altogether and bury my face in my arms, which would make her laugh even harder still. And at night we sat together like drunken savages, while the world slept around us, delighting in each other's company and the good fortune that had brought the two of us together under this one happy roof. Oftentimes, we would, under the influence of grain or grape, make anonymous prank phone calls. Other times, we would still make the anonymous calls, but not as pranks, simply reading randomly selected poems from anthologies to unsuspecting strangers over the telephone line. Not one of them ever hung up before the poem was finished. Then there were the days when we lived in the Hotel Metropole, we and the two penniless Russians, Boris and Galina, in rooms piled high with trunks and suitcases, filled to the bursting with clothes, dishes, books, love letters and love notes, and cooking and eating utensils. At night, after dining, we played games of chance. In the mornings we walked about in our wraps, reading novels or picking our noses or else doing something equally innocuous in our listless, somnolent torpor. There are moments in life when the most trivial incident triggers a current of intense emotion. Now there remains only the obscure recollection of a tragedy long ago and far away. In spite of all her weeping, she still is beautiful, but after suffering 2 centuries of sexual abuse at the hands of her father, she can no longer blush in humiliation, embarrassment, or shame. All that remains of her maidenhood is a marble sculpture of a torn hymen buried deep in a museum basement where curious tourists peruse it and take snapshots of it under a dazzling spotlight. If only she had someone to help her bear her humiliation. But men like him who today speak out boldly against war and like wolves in sheep's clothing, they don't want world peace and universal harmony, they only want to nuzzle at her young breasts. But he is different. He is a sheep in wolf's clothing. He looks handsome, talks well, boasts more than necessary, fancies himself irresistible, only on a good day, the rest of the time he is riddled with nagging doubts and crippling insecurities. And here is the charming irony of it, he is ashamed of having committed the crime of loving her. Poor wretch, he cries with impotent indignation, waving his fist out the hotel window at the indurate and indifferent skies. In my middle age, I get the urge to stir my pots again. The bald beast, that's what she calls it, her womanly wound that had been well worn in by the long lines of men waiting on her with missing facial expressions on their dials. I am waiting for you here, she says in her telegram, with my face painted like red like a valentine and a little box with a bow wrapped around it under my tongue. Can you guess what's inside of it? They are coming, drawing nearer, the long lines of ineffably blue and distant men with stubbornly stormy shoulders. I am waiting for you here, she says, with my face painted like red like a valentine and a little box secreted under my soft velvet tongue. Can you guess what's inside of it? He blushed all the way up from his chest into his neck when she told him what it was, and then he made a little wail from the sector of his missing rib and then made a little wall in the liminal space between their wanting loins. I am a 2-year-old girl, riding on my father's shoulders. He spins me round so that I am facing him and he presses his mouth against my sex. My father is fully clothed, but I have no clothes on. My father has sex with me. His tongue is exploring my vagina as we walk down the main street. Everyone can see. Some are pointing, some are laughing. Some are screwing up their faces in disgust. Some are weeping, some are masturbating, some are throwing pieces of trash at us, moldy oranges, bloody sanitary pads, scraps of rotten meat. Others spit at us and make obscene gestures, mocking us. Still others are cheering us on. The crowd of faces becomes a kaleidoscope of wicked expressions. We pass by one woman who has her face pressed up against the side of a church. Her sobbing cries become a regular moan as she shoves 2 fingers in and out of her dripping wet cunt. It makes a strange slurping sound, the cunt hole. This sound gives birth to an idea. An idea befitting a sick genius. I put it into practice without hesitation. I swap my body for my father's so that I am the one doing the licking of the slutty little slit, so that I am the one with the power who is abusing it because it feels so awfully good to abuse your own daughter with impunity, without repercussion. I do what I want to him who is now her. I am like God now. No one can stop me. I realize that all fathers have sex with their daughters when they turn 2. This is an essential rite of passage for the female child. Those who are against it have small minds. They simply do not understand, and perhaps never will. I feel sorry for them. They will never know what it is to experience such rarefied and exquisite delights. I climb back into my own body because I am my father's daughter. I orgasm. I cannot help myself. I am not sure if my body is still my own or if now my father owns it altogether and outright. In every respect, except one, I belong to him. My husband. My body is the only thing I have to keep for myself and to use for my own purposes as I see fit. I gave everything else to him and to the dream we built together, and now that dream no longer exists. That's why I must drape the blue cloak over his shoulders. Now, the blue could be a Marian blue, like the one worn by the Virgin Mary, or a royal blue, like the one worn by Mary, Queen of Scots, but it is neither. It is the same blue as the 1559 oil on oak panel painting by Peter Bruegel the Elder, which makes a pictorial reference to an old Netherlandish saying about a husband who is cuckolded by his wife. She gives her husband the blue cloak. To drive the point home even further, I have one foot shod with a white silk calf-high stocking and a brown pointed-toe leather shoe, whereas my other foot is wholly bare. The men I meet this evening at the glory hole have plumes of silver smoke rising from thin pewter pipes where their genitals should be. I want you to violate me in every way imaginable, I cry out to him, but he isn't here. Who is he? The prolific seducer with my husband's eyes, my father's cloying animal scent, and the devil's two-pronged todger. The floor of the cubicle liquefies and I plunge into the waters of the Amazon. They are brown and dirty and I cannot see my own hand in front of the bubbling mask of my face. Then a nudge and then a nuzzle. Underneath my armpits I am borne aloft to break the surface by a pair of brother dolphins. They are of the pink tincture genus, as if from a fairy tale, but altogether real as you and I. One of the strangers in the glory hole ejaculates in my face, spraying me with his seed. In the Amazon, champagne is poured over our heads, the dolphins and I, christening us with sweet sudsy spumes. I tongue the champagne foam out of their blowholes. I make it as erotic and as obscene as I can because I know God is watching us from his heavenly throne on his omnipresent TV screen. Desire is a pitiless master. A tyrant, in point of fact. Since I lost our son in the accident, I say, accident, but there are no accidents really, are there? All I have wanted is to do away with myself. I know it's not good for Paul when I stay out all night, when I go to sex clubs or orgies, then when the sun comes up I slink off to confessional at the Sacre Coeur before coming home to my husband with other men's sperm dribbling out of my cunt. Even if sometimes he pretends to like it or doesn't pretend but actually does enjoy himself joining me in my degeneracy or sacrifices his feelings because he knows I'm lost. Some mornings he'll fuck me with such a gentle savagery that makes me weep for him, for myself, for our dead child, for every fucked up thing in this fucked up world of ours. Other times he fucks me like he's punishing me, like he's taking back what's his, by forceful means, by violent means, by brutish means, without consent sought beforehand nor apology proffered thereafter. I don't have to tell you the guilt is terrible, or maybe I do. I don't expect you to understand me. I'm not sure I even understand myself. I am so ashamed and so turned on when he licks me clean down there, and kisses me hard and deep with such profuse tenderness with the taste of other men still in his mouth. Sometimes that gets him hard. Sometimes it breaks his heart. I can see it in his eyes, just how much I hurt him, but he stays with me. Why? Why does he do that? I'm too afraid to ask. I don't really want to know. I despise myself. I really do. But it makes no difference to how I act. Still I am a slave to my basest urges. They drive me, remorselessly, on and on. In time they will annihilate me. And, after all is said and done, that is what really I want. Hush now, little one, Desire says to her. The slave does not complain. She adapts to her servitude. You must learn to do the same. Where once the waters of your face, spun to my screws, your dry ghost blows. The dead turns up its eye. Where once the mermen through your ice, pushed up their hair, the dry wind steers, through salt and root and row. Where once your green knots sank their splice, into the tided cord, there goes the green unraveler, his scissors oiled, his knife hung loose, to cut the channels at their source, and lay the wet fruits low. Invisible, you're clocking tides. Break on the love beds of the weeds. The weed of love's left dry. They're round about your stones the shades of children go who, from their voids, cry to the dolphin sea. Dry as a tomb, your colored lids shall not be latched while magic glides. Sage on the earth and sky, there shall be corals in your beds, there shall be serpents in your tides, till all our sea faiths die. Caught up in the throes of their drug-fueled sex addiction, Paul and Omnia go dogging, while their children, Venetia and Venexia, wait in the car. Paul masturbates while his wife is fucked by a ground of random strangers, Omnia depicted with one of these anonymous sex partners in the image below, faceless rear-entry coitus in a gravitational nostalgia field. The children look on with fascination, intrigue, and incipient arousal. I have loved every human I have ever met, in one way or another. But never once have I loved you. Because what I feel for you goes far beyond the limits of human love. I just want to tell you, and I want you to hear it straight from my lips, or to be more precise, straight from my pen. When you see me at my absolute worst, then remember that it is yourself that you are seeing. I'm aware that could seem a little offensive to you. But I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm not going to take it back. And now you're looking a little green about the gills. Have my carefully selected words given you a case of the collywobbles? You have always been my groveling, apple-polishing, suck-holing cistern bride. I have always been your funhouse mirror backscattering an infinite procession of your preeminent apex selves. So now you know. Love is much less than a wink of the eye. What is love, but the scorn of Ilvasoy's wife? It was an open secret in our family that the two of us were as much together as any two people possibly could be. My honeybee stings on your Venusian lumps are an infallible false witness detector. So zip your lip, Fizzgig. I do not sleep in a temple of greenhouse gases, nor do I consort with pot-bellied geishas in Sasquatch fur bikinis. So, get thee hence, daughter of Satan. As you approached in one direction, so shall you depart in seven. All of her orgasms are now accompanied by tears. She cries out and weeps as she makes love to the sea. What is wrong, my little gull, he said, you look so stricken. Aurelia says as much in her letter. This is what it is like to be one of us, the two of us as one, that is, Omnia and Aurelia. We are fey and we are foredoomed. We are blighted and bedeviled. We are ill-omened, jinxed, damsels of death. Ordained to be sexually abused and then done in, and then, for the final act, like the broken-backed narwhal, we sink to the bottom of the sea, and settle in the silt, and there we are found and salvaged, by a team of divers, who examine us in their underwater laboratory. The scientific experts then write our names down on a board and we are put on display in their Museum of the Unexplained. To all the world, we are the holy mysteries, the ideological enigmas, the unsolved riddles, the mute prophecies. Then, an ominous shape gleaned by the eye, grasped by the gaze, in the interspace between there and here. Robbed of breath. Robed in death. Her adored patriarch. Her dreadful sire. Anxiety and nausea entangled in a half-hitch in her little tummy. Little sister, let me get inside you. The narwhal telepathically crooned to her. The narwhal forced his way inside her. Its unicornial organ plowed and sowed her breedy fields. It plowed her childing womb 1,000 times over and planted a black pearl 1,000 times into the beneath of her body's bogs. Two men, hand in hand, traverse an underground fungoid realm the color of a beet. They kiss passionately beneath a stalactite cluster, slobbering droplets of tongue spittle down their respective chins. On the other side of the dripping chasm are you and I, seated naked in the bathtub, my limp cock napping on the soft white of your lusty thigh, winding ourselves around each other like snakes, canoodling silky and sinuous, as they front their pretty cocks and watch us back in return, to repay the favor of our liquid gaze. They are most likely not real, the men, and, if they are real, then they are very real. And, if they are indeed real, then we ourselves are most certainly not. Our faces are painted like geishas. Our hair is a helmet of curls. Our tongues are pink and fluttery. Our voices are like flutes. Our sibilance is the sibilance of South Sea sirens. Our splayed pelvicra are poised on a filly's point. For that is the nature of corporal contact, it is causal. Men touch one another and instinct takes over. No verbs required, they simply fuck. We couldn't be more dissimilar to one another, and yet, in our fitting together, we are all but indistinguishable, each from each. Why do we want to be made so wretchedly vulnerable? Why do we make ourselves so utterly open to each other's violence? Knowing this will surely harm us? Why is this such a desire for us? The desire to be so very, very degraded? All the while we pretend we are doing something else. Claiming we are only doing the duty of the flesh, and nothing else besides. Meaning nothing else needs to be known, just the basic observable facts which can be gleaned at a cursory glance. Not the feelings underneath. No, not the feelings. Not the undisclosed emotions. That we should take a deep breath and descend into the depths. Without ever knowing why. That we should surrender to our longing to be ravished. That we should be prepared to lose what little of ourselves remains in our possession. That we should no longer be aware of what we're doing, or who, or what, we are. Do not expect too much from the end of the world.
Paradise.
I come to you for refuge, in the time of distress. I set my offenses before you and seek your gracious forgiveness. I set my injuries before you and seek complete restoration to life. Blessed are you, of whom no blessing suffices. Blessed are you who tirelessly waits upon us. Blessed are you, in whom the name, blessed, breaks open and flies apart. And here is the fountain of living water. And here is the wellspring of silence. And here is the open door in the place which has no door. And when my ear could no longer hear, that is when I heard you. When my eyes could no longer see, that is when I saw you. And when this earth-tethered body was smothered by time, then that is when this sinner's heart was dashed to pieces and reassembled in your holy image, the likeness of perfection. Not knowing the way through my life, I make my way to you, you who are all ways, undeviating in their course. Liberated from a mortal container, I am let flow into an infinite cup. My cheeks rutted by falling tears, I am led to the unclouded splendor of an unperishable pearl, a giant pearl that is splashed with supernal radiances and circumnavigated by a flight of dazed seraphs. Anointed with 1,000 colors, I return to your loving presence, my divine creator, the one and only origin from which all things derive. The island nation of Aotearoa, New Zealand, a faraway little kingdom in the South Pacific, with a northern landmass shaped like a lamb chop and a southern landmass shaped like a smear of mashed potato, the sovereign country of my birth and a place of habitation I have long called home, has, since the global pandemic of 2019, been converted into a venereal petting zoo, a country-sized cunt warren peopled with blasé gypsies, who are willing to jerk you off, for a modest fee, but only with their furry feet, which are roughly calloused and liberally coated with a soft, greasy, aphrodisiacal unguent of pig pollen and theological palindromes. Like you and I, the written words flow in both directions, and may be read left to right as well as right to left. Eve damned Eden, mad Eve. Madam, in Eden, I'm Adam. The twins had done nearly everything else sexual, except for the act of penivaginal intercourse, by the time they went on holiday with their parents to the village of Fugging, in Upper Austria. They had gone there as a family after they had visited one of their father's favorite cities, Wien, for an exhibition of his work. I use the name Fugging because as I write this text that is what the village is called, but when Venezia and Venexia visited in 2020, it still had the name it had been given in the 18th century, which was fucking. Venezia thought it would be ironic for them to fuck for the first time in fucking. And, so, as Venexia so often did, he let his bright and daring sister take the lead, and fucking is what they did. As your drooling lips expose their meaty texture, as my backbone is savored by your teeth, as cross-eyed kittens playfully bat their paws at your green nipples, as your devout hand seizes hold of my groaning piston, as the womb-washing Lazarus wand enters the desire phase, fever transforms you into a bloated sponge of female sensuality, and my mouth traces the contours of your insatiable horizon, as the obsidian river, caressed by beams of starshine, cracks. The poets are the ones who want to bring paradise down to this earth for mankind, therefore, they must be punished. For this earth is a penal colony before God.
Summer comes, winter goes, spring I skip, God knows. Summer comes, winter goes, spring I sleep, heaven knows. Every time it turns to May, all my sisters fly to me, to paint, paint, in Acadia, Acadia. My body is a map of L.A., and my heart is like paper, I hate ya. I'm not from the land of the palms, so I know I can't stay here. I'm not native, but my curves, San Gabriel, all day. My lips like the fire licks the bay. If you think that you know yourself, you can come over. Lay your hands on me, like you're a Land Rover. All roads that lead to you as integral to me as arteries, that get the blood flowing straight to the heart of me. America, I need a miracle. I can't sleep at home tonight. Send me a Hilton hotel. Or across on the hill, I'm a lost little girl, finding my way to you. Eretz Israel. They built me up 300 feet tall just to tear me down. So I'm leaving with nothing but laughter and this town. Jerusalem. Finding my way to ya. I'm leaving them as I was 5'8", western bound, plus the hate that they gave. By the way, thanks for that. On the way, I pray for ya. But you'll need a miracle. No. But a miracle? Let's take Jesus off the dashboard. Let's take got enough Jesus off the dashboard.
Seasons may change, but we won't change. Isn't it sweet how we know that already? Winter to spring, spring back to fall. Isn't it cool how nothing here changes at all? Climb up the H of the Hollywood sign, yeah, in these stolen moments. The world is mine, doo-wop, doo-wop. There's nobody here, just us together, shoo-roo, shoo-roo. Keepin' me hot like July forever, 'cause we're the masters of our own fate. We're the captains of our own souls. There's no way for us to come away. 'Cause boy we're gold, boy we're gold. And I was like, take off, take off, take off all your clothes. Take off, take off, take off all your clothes. Take off, take off, take off all of your clothes. They say only the good die young. That just ain't right, 'cause we're having too much fun tonight, yeah. And a lust for life, and a lust for life, and a lust for life, and a lust for life. Keeps us alive, keeps us alive, keeps us alive, keeps us alive. And a lust for life, and a lust for life, and a lust for life, and a lust for life. Keeps us alive, keeps us alive, keeps us alive, keeps us alive. I miss Long Beach and I miss you, babe. I miss dancing with you the most of all. I miss the bar where the Beach Boys would go. Dennis' last stop before Kokomo. Those nights were on fire. We couldn't get higher. We didn't know that we had it all. But nobody warns you before the fall. And I'm wasted. Don't leave, I just need a wake-up call. I'm facing the greatest loss of them all. The culture is lit and I had a ball. I guess I'm signing off after all. I miss New York and I miss the music. Me and my friends, we miss rock and roll. I want shit to feel just like it used to. And baby, I was doing nothing the most of all. I was reading Slim Errands and I got to thinking that I thought, maybe I'd get less stressed if I was tested less like all of these debutantes, smiling for miles in pink dresses and high heels on white yachts. But I'm not. Baby, I'm not. No, I'm not. That, I'm not. I've been tearing around in my fucking nightgown, 24/7 Sylvia Plath, writing in blood on the walls, 'cause the ink in my pen don't work in my notepad. Don't ask if I'm happy, you know that I'm not. But, at best, I can say I'm not sad, 'cause hope is a dangerous thing for a woman like me to have. Hope is a dangerous thing for a woman like me to have. I had 15-year dances, church basement romances, yeah, I've cried. Spilling my guts with the Bowery bums is the only love I've ever known, except for the stage, which I also call home, when I'm not. Serving up God in a burnt coffee pot for the triad. Hello, it's the most famous woman you know on the iPad, calling from beyond the grave. I just wanna say, hi, Dad. I've been tearing up town in my fucking white gown, like a goddamn near sociopath. Shaking my ass is the only thing that's Got this black narcissist off my back. She couldn't care less, and I never cared more. So there's no more to say about that. Except hope is a dangerous thing for a woman like me to have. Hope is a dangerous thing for a woman with my past. There's a new revolution, a loud evolution that I saw. Born of confusion and quiet collusion of which mostly I've known. A modern-day woman with a weak constitution, 'cause I've got monsters still under my bed that I could never fight off. A gatekeeper carelessly dropping the keys on my nights off. I've been tearing around in my fucking nightgown. 24/7 Sylvia Plath. Writing in blood on your walls. 'Cause the ink in my pen don't look good in my pad. They write that I'm happy, they know that I'm not. But, at best, you can see I'm not sad. But hope is a dangerous thing for a woman like me to have. Hope is a dangerous thing for a woman like me to have. Hope is a dangerous thing for a woman like me to have. But I have it. Yeah, I have it. Yeah, I have it. I have. Seasons may change, but we won't change. Isn't it strange how different we are from all of our friends? Down on the West Coast, they got a sayin', if you're not drinking, then you're not playing. But you got the music in you, don't you? Down on the West Coast, I get this feeling, like it all could happen, that's why I'm leaving. You for the moment, boy blue, yeah, you. Down on the West Coast, they got their icons, the silver starlets, their queens of Saigons. And you got the music in you, don't you? Down on the West Coast, they love their movies, their golden gods and rock and roll groupies. And you got the music in you, don't you? You push it hard, I pull away, I'm feeling hot and on fire. I guess that no one ever really made me feel that much higher. Boy, it's you I desire. Your love, your love, your love. Can see my baby swinging, his parliament's on fire and his hands are up on the balcony and I'm singing, ooh baby, I'm in love. I can see my sweet boy swaying, he's crazy, la la, on the balcony and I'm saying, move baby, I'm in love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Swinging in the backyard, pull up in your fast car, whistling my name, open up a beer, and you say, it's you, it's all for you, everything I do, I tell you all the time, heaven is a place on earth with you, tell me all the things you want to do, I heard that you like the bad girls, honey, is that true? Seasons will turn, the world it will turn, the only thing will turn, is the pages of all the poems we burn. We've done it for fun, we've done it for free, I showed up for you showed up for me, we did it for the right reasons, we did it for fun, we did it for free, when I was young, till eternity, I'll do it for the right reasons, withstanding all the time, changes and seasons. The poets are the ones who want to bring paradise down to this earth for mankind, therefore, they must be punished. Heaven is a place on earth with you. hear me some? Do you hear me some? Okay.
Schüchtern gesagt.
Do you hear me some?
Kommt ins offene Freud. And I will always be there to catch you. And there's always someone to catch me. You will always be there to catch me. You were always there to catch me when I.
Hundreds of thousands of people on the streets of London on Saturday, every Saturday. Saturday, which was Remembrance Day for British soldiers of the two world wars. I think some reports said 300,000, some said 500,000, whatever it was, multitudes of Hamas supporters on the streets calling for the annihilation of the Jewish people, attacking Jews on the streets when they're coming to the synagogues, and just unbelievable scenes. And also they're being repeated in New York and in Washington, outside of the White House, on Times Square, all over Brooklyn, California, LA, was calling for globalizing the Intifada cases, unbelievable liberations, and of course, university campuses all over the Western world.
Doch, ich habe das alles recherchiert.
And I can go on, and I would, but I won't. It's the Western world, with that strange stuff in Europe, and it's just, how do you look at it? What's your explanation for what we're seeing?
I mean, there's several explanations. One is the red weapons phase down in Europe. That's the greatest countries like Germany and I read about that at length. Obviously, there was a brand size, but it seems a really large centaur, and he's carried somewhere on these care deeply to moan their moans with Palestinian and Israeli conflict. Seem to notice the care a bunch. So there's they've anti-Semitism. Then there is pretty much only one other anti-Semitism. That's the other. There is a rumble of anti-Semitism, and it's infinite. It never comes. Whereas there are less anti-Semitism in Britain.
And I will always be there to catch you. and there's always someone to catch me. You will always be there to catch me. You were always there to catch me when I fall.
So he's obviously under considerable pressure from there. But yes, I mean, there is this anti-Semitism which is the same type as in America. You get on the campuses of non-Muslim students, which is this sort of stupid version of American history that's been transplanted onto Israel, and it's the language of colonizers and of indigenous peoples and empire, all of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was notable in the LA, the video that I saw of the LA Hamas rally, that they were saying that they wanted to decolonize the United States, and that they essentially want to destroy America as well.
Yes, it's all about decolonization, and they put this version of American social justice theory, such as it is, on top of the Middle East, and that's why, as I was saying, the people who do good work, going out and doing box and pop interviews with students, asking them what they know about anything they're chanting about, it's like they don't know anything. I mean, if I'd be a student at any Ivy League university in America, ask them basic questions about this country.
But that also speaks of and that's sort of as one of the foundations of this new left green-red alliance, which is the rejection of reason as a basis for meaning.
Well, as I say in the Middle West, reason has been decried as a white European male. This is a very sacred day.
It is still to British.
Since the Senate after the dead was playing of the Greens, 2 minutes silence. So this connects us to our past in a way that have some kind of connection. It's a sacred day and a sacred event, and the Senate after the sacred place, because it reminds us of the sacrifice that our forebears made, and we all have family stories of however big that sacrifice was, made a sacrifice. Twice in 40 years, people flew across the United Kingdom and pulled out of their homes and their fields and their factories, sent off to fight. And so, we've heard a lot in recent years about the sacred places of Islam, the sacred beliefs of Islam. Well, as I often say, we have our own sacred places too, and our own sacred beliefs. The decision of mainly Hamas-linked organisations in the UK to organise a million-man march, as they call it, more scary. The decision to have a million-man marches about Palestine on the 11th of November was a political sacred place. It was, as the Prime Minister said, needlessly and I think they have woken up part of the sleeping soul chorus, which does not like this. Does not like this.
What does that mean to you? Because you see that, and you've spoken out about it, that your Minister of Public Security has Home Secretary, she's being pilloried by others who are trying to stand up for this and about decency of the
She said they were hate marches, which they are. She said they were hate marches after they got attacked by all the media, even some colleagues. She was completely accurate. These are hateful marches. You have huge crowds going down the streets immediately after the massacre of Jews on 27th, and they didn't wait a day. They got straight on to their so-called protests. And they've been doing it every week ever since. And every week, you can see multiple videos. You have people calling for jihad, chanting for the militancy, and all this other thing. And yes, these are hate marches, of course. I mean, if they wanted to use the solution, something like that, but
But that's the thing, is that when you think about it,
I sometimes wonder, in some parallel universe, the data is not strong, various people with various young men and women amazingly so lives as they age in America, empties elsewhere in the West is still playing around the side of so reaching a bit of the curve. I mean, if Israel wasn't strong, and the people who dislike or critique this state had their way, what would be the result? Annihilation. So, and the people who speak all the time about the river to the sea or the boundaries that they see, they will simply see wiping out people of Israel for the mass deportation of people of Israel somewhere else, and this would be in the name of men and in the name of people who believe they're acting in the name of social justice. And I mean, we have seen this before historically. I mean, if you have one thing going forward, and it's you can still become Hitler. I mean, this is the memories of the German Foreign Minister Joschka Fischer, a great book by Paul Berman about power and the idealists, about how the one thing that Joschka Fischer's generation knew not to do was not to be their parents. Not to do when they were growing up in the 50s. Don't be an Nazi. Don't be like our parents. And some of that generation of leftist German politicians, particularly the Green Movement and so on, become, they end up supporting the Palestinians in plane hijackings and end up participating and separating Jews from non-Jews. It's like, right, you've done it again. You've done it again, and that is one of the things happening today.
yeah, one of my stories about Joschka Fischer is one of the big frustrations of my professional career, which was that he came and he spoke in Israel in 2000 or 2002, the previous Palestinian jihad, and he explained to us why we really had to give up on Jerusalem and Judea and Samaria and Gaza because of demography. And so I raised my hand, and the moderator wouldn't call on Carolyn Glick because that would be too dangerous, right? But the question that I wanted to ask him was, how dare German foreign minister talk to us about the number of Jews? And like he didn't see any irony in what he was saying. It never occurred to him that Germans shouldn't be lecturing us about the dearth of Jews in the land of Israel.
We saw a very smart young audience member of mine in Berlin at a speech I was doing a little while ago for one of my books, they coming out in German, made a very interesting point. She said, it seems not to matter what our ideology is, we always think we should lead the rest of the world.
Great. That's great. But I guess we were talking about the Million Man March, and what, of course, immediately rang in my head was Louis Farrakhan, who gave this Million Man March in Washington, D.C. in the 1990s. And, he is perhaps the most influential anti-Semite in the United States since I don't know when. And he's one of the inspirations for the Black Lives Matter riots, demonstrations, marches, whatever, of 2020, where they burned a swath across the United States of America. And I just wonder how powerful these forces of unreason are. That it is a smattering of people who are coming out of the closet and realizing that it's not really they went to sleep. Well, they woke up conservative. They went to sleep woke, and they woke up Jewish. I mean, that's really what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's well said. I think ways, civilizations will take the burden of the past, but the fact that the monsters are real, the jungle is real, it's not the case that first
wird sich nun der Traum erfüllen, derer, die ihr Leben gaben für das kaum erträumte Glück. Leben ohne Angst zu haben, Leben ohne Angst zu haben.
And said, gee, what I just saw in Israel is terrifying. And I see it happening here too. Our police can't go into a lot of different places in our cities. We had priests being beheaded in churches. We've had so much terrorism here, and it's all coming from Islamic jihadists. We're done. If you leave even remotely support jihad, we're gonna throw you out.
Wie ein Saatkorn ist die Hoffnung aufgegangen. Wird sich nun der Traum erfüllen, derer, die ihr Leben gaben, für das kaum erträumte Glück.
And I admire the French Republic hugely. I admire its
Leben
ability to get through things I think many other societies would not. The assassination of everyone from your most secularism to surely a priest saying mass in section of society to take out terrorist
Bastille Day.
Bastille Day, the Bataclan, the stadium, everyone. And it's the same thing. I see in London the other day, these horrible people standing in London Underground intifada, and I look and I think, we've had a taste of intifada. Exactly like this blown up in 2005 by suicide bombers. We had intifada when this horrible young man of Libyan descent at the age of 22 to the Ariana Grande concert at Manchester Arena in 2017 and blows up 23 young women for going to a popular. We've had a taste of this. We don't want any more of that. I beg European leaders to recognize that at some point they have to say that.
And I will always be there to catch you.
And if you want more of that, you have to go.
And there's always someone to catch me. You will always be there to catch me. You were always there to catch me when I fall.
Same thing in Britain. Somebody I know the police the other day in Trafalgar Square protesters said, how can I report hate crime? And the officer said, well, I mean, they said, there's a great big hate crime happening over there. Why don't you arrest them? And the officer, Metropolitan Police, he said, if that is their attitude, we just have so much hell coming away. Have that just say this, who's the biggest fun cage, because that can spiral in any direction. But you and I have written about this for years, other people have, and you see things happen and you think maybe this will shift opinion, and you discover that we're wild utter atrocities on a regular basis, and memory of it's 18 months since a British MP was massacred in his constituency office in Britain by an Islamist. And we have this was one MPs do not get assassinated very often in the UK, thankfully. And this is highly unusual. And it's already forgotten about, and his colleagues said in his memory a couple of days later, memory hold, they said, they talked about him as if he died of natural causes. Well, I've said many times, they all let down their colleague, they didn't honor him, they let him down. They should have said, we need to face up to the ideology that killed him.
So is it cowardice?
There's a lot of cowardice. Fear around. But, I think that people are many people have said
after 9/11, there was someone that points out the States, and I found my way, made my way to Washington, and I was sitting with an old friend, and it was like a week or so after 9/11, and all of these men are talking, and they're saying,
And I will always be there to catch you.
and I wanted to say something, but my friend
And there's always someone to catch me. You will always be there to catch me.
but those choose. And then he turning
You were
in
always there to
Israel.
catch me when
I
I'd
don't remember
fall.
what it was that he said, but it was just this raging anti-Semitic thing. And then everybody who had stood up said, Israel has a right. Just said, oh, okay. And I said, I think I listened to you. And, you know, we're looking now, we're seeing people standing up to jihadists on the street in England and Paris. Right, so here's the question. Is this a fair hug from the right? I mean, how do you look at they understand that there's a connection between Israel's fate and the fate of France, the fate of England, the fate of, I don't know, Holland or wherever have you, or Germany with the AfD and all of them. Who are these people? I mean, are we supposed to be as frightened of them as we are, or frightened of them? I mean, how?
I mean, I'm frightened from every direction. I dislike the intensity, the vicious strain that remains amid a French politics. What we know in here, not my I feel the same with some of the other noxious strains that still exist in parts of far right in Europe.
In America, it's getting stronger, actually.
Yeah, there's a whiff of it now in America. I dislike this intensity. It's not my fault.
Can anybody other than these people say nation states of Europe?
Then, as you say, it's this question of would the Jews of France be happy to put their future in the hands of
They didn't think so, they didn't.
and then there are others. I've slightly given up on this business for recent years. I've spent politicians from across Europe, partly after the strange stuff of Europe.
And I will always be there to catch and there's always someone to catch me. You will always be there to catch me. You were always there to catch me when I'd fall. Ich halte dich in meinem Arm umfangen. Wie ein Sargon ist die Hoffnung aufgegangen. Wird sich nun der Traum erfüllen, den wir Leben gaben. Das kaum erträumte ist Leben ohne Angst zu haben. Leben ohne Angst zu haben. Wird sich nun der Traum erfüllen, derer die ihr Leben gaben.
I do notice one anti-Semitism rising on the right, which comes along in the following form, and it is, I got along this strange stuff is Israel has closed understanding very, very carefully. Yet, romance migration. I find that
Auch ich kannte Hoffnung.
You hear it all the time in America.
Hier hat die Natur aus meiner Wiege des Lebens mein, weil man nicht
I saw you was during the first time we met. I don't remember the circumstances.
And I will always be there to catch you.
Came to Israel on my anniversary.
then there's always someone to catch me. You will always be there to catch me. You were always there to catch me when I fall.
That was really, and it was an amazing book. And she was an atheist, and she had explained, how she left Islam because she rejected God and everything like that. And then I saw this morning, looking at my Twitter feed, that somebody was citing this article that she wrote 2 days ago, where she called, she titled "Why I Am Now a Christian." And I wonder about the issue of faith, because she argues that, as she always does, very brilliant, and she was saying, and it said, look, our concept of, how did she put it?
It was in Unheard, by the way, UNHERD, find it online.
Right, it's excellent. She said essentially that the system of liberal internationalism, how did she put it? Actually, because I knew I would forget it when I was she said, we can't fight off these formidable forces of authoritarianism from places like Russia and China and wokeness and, of course, Islam, unless we answer the question, what is it that unites us? The response that God is dead seems insufficient. So too does the attempt to find solace in the rules-based international order. The only credible answer, I believe, lies in our desire to uphold the legacy of Judeo-Christian tradition. What do you think of that? Do you think that the liberal rules-based order is just lumped this test?
My view is that, again, I did some of this strange stuff with government bears repeating, but modern European bear is has been carefully sawing off raft of trees. And there's only a certain amount of time you can remain in the air. I mean, like there's a cartoon, Wile E. Coyote, when he goes over the cliff, he's been spin for a bit. Yeah, well, maybe we'll come back up. But I do think that, Habermas's work, which I chose by John Sachs, made a huge impression on me when I first read it. Very slim work, but very awareness of what's missing.
An awareness
of what's missing.
I have to look it up.
And but it's tricky. I've often thought, when writing about this myself, that Jews have an enormous advantage over Christians in several ways. One in particular, which is worth citing, which is that it seems to be that belief, the literal belief in God, is easier. Again, I don't know if it's easier to avoid in Christianity. The declaration of creed in Christianity, the these priesthoods. Now, a lot of people, myself included, find certain precepts of Christian faith tricky to accept in their entirety without making Kierkegaard calls them the leap of faith. And the leap of faith in the last few centuries has required the abandonment of reason, to some extent at least, abandonment of memory, suspension of reason, to make the truth claim, accept the truth claim of faith. I say that Jews have a slight advantage to this because there's a story I've told once before, but Sachs, I once said, rather very dear friend, I miss him, and I said to him once, I said, do you agree, Jonathan, that there are a lot of atheists in your congregation? And he said, oh yes, perhaps even the majority now. And I said, I was stunned, and I said, what do you make of that? He replied, typically he said, 98% of Jews in Britain will be keeping the holy days this year. And that was such a wonderful answer. Like anything else, Father of God, you do this, keep going. Keep going. You might have qualms about the faith. You should practice Judaism.
Well, the good thing about Judaism, I don't know, it makes it more accessible for Jews to say,
ist die Hoffnung aufgegangen.
the land of Israel, the people of Israel, and really they're inextricably linked. So sometimes you can with more emphasis
Leben
on
gaben
Zionism,
für
the
das
land of
kaum
Israel, sometimes you put it more
erträumte
on the
Glück.
community of Jewish people, and sometimes you put more of an emphasis on the Torah, but they're all inextricably linked. So the way we're very gentle totalitarianism
Ohne Angst zu
Jews, but
haben,
it's not the
Leben
same, I guess, with
ohne
Christendom, right? Because you don't, I mean, especially since there's no
Angst
concept of
zu
Christendom.
haben.
Christendom, in a way, was a sort of similar creed. In the absence of that, in the absence of a concept of a Christian state, usually not one that wants impositions and all that, it's more of a faith-based thing.
Yes, I mean, there's a French philosopher I've cited, Michel Dardanson, who wrote one of the great books of the last 30 years, Icarus Fallen. It was her analysis of where Western mankind was after Fallen. And she described the condition of Western man as being like that of Icarus if he'd survived.
That he got too close to, so if he actually touched the sun and come down.
In the legend of Icarus, of course, he died.
Right, because the wings melted.
Wings melt, yes.
Right.
And her point was, we're in the position that Icarus would have been in. He flew towards the sun, but he survived. In other words, we survived the horrors of wars of religion in Europe. We survived the horrors of wars of Nazis and totalitarianism. We survived the horrors of wars of communist totalitarianism. We should have burned up, probably. We should have died in the fallen. Somehow, we find ourselves still alive. What to do? And the answer...
Recognize it's a miracle and the person who gave it.
Right, would be one very sensible conclusion, is that we're here for a reason. We've got through this for a reason, and that means we have a purpose, and we have a lot of work to do. Another thing that has been the case, as Del Solon pointed out, is to say, okay, we have a nice time. But the we have a nice time lasts only as long as other people will allow you to. And, I mean, there are so many images of recent weeks, none of us can get out of my head. One of the ones I find most upsetting still is the idea of the young men and women using custody. I was there the other day, the site of where that happened, and I say to any young person watching, any age, but any young person in particular watching who has any doubts about all this, just consider what it must have been to have been at this peace festival. Music coming up in the early morning, and you to mean you're in the worst possible way, and then reflect that the people who did that would do it to you as well as do to any of us. And realise from that you can earn yourself a little bit of time for your peace reign, but there's a time for the peace reign to be over as well, and it should be over now, and the delusion should have died by now.
Died a long time ago. I guess we could end it there, but I just want to ask you one last question. At the outset of our conversation, I thanked you for standing with us. What happened in Douglas Murray? For as long as I've known you, which is, again, over 20 years, you have stood with it. Why are you different from so many other people who went to college with you? What brought you to this point?
A friend once said, because I'm very bad at answering any such questions about myself,
Well, I just hoping you might be an example for others.
one friend did say St. Douglas has a very low tolerance threshold for lies, which is broadly true. I don't like them. And I saw at an early age, probably during the second intifada, I was coming to political consciousness of lies. But the real, I suppose, thing is probably deeper than that, and at such a deep level I'm probably not qualified to say what it is, but I've always known absolutely like that it would have mattered for me if I was the only person, as I did. As my other Malachi said, I stand with Israel, I stand with you.
Okay, one last question I thought of. Britain, United States supporting Israel. We're looking at it slipping down very quickly. The United States
myself that the most important thing is that Israel has to rebuild its terror thing. And I think that it has taken a terrible battering in the last month, and the Commission inquiry of different companies to me was battering the government for a long time, and that's been very because a lot of the expectations and hopes, assumptions have become a year as far as international public and the Commission is Israel's enemy. Has to build up its capacity to be seen to have a terror, both militarily and in its intelligence. And I would like to see that asserted as swiftly and as publicly as possible, and for Israel and others to once again have pride in the fact that this state really does know how to look after itself. What that looks like, of your politicians to do, it must be unequivocal and must be something that is respected by your friends and those alike.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Very well spoken, as you always are, Douglas Murray. So I thank you very much for joining me today on the program. Thank you for being here. God bless you.
It's my honor.
Thank you.
Ich halte dich in meinem Arm umfangen. Wie ein Saatkorn ist die Hoffnung aufgegangen. Würde sich nun der Traum erfüllen, derer, die ihr Leben gaben, für das kaum erträumte Glück. Leben, ohne Angst zu haben, Leben, ohne Angst zu haben. Komm ins Offene, Freund. Zwar glänzt ein weniges heute nur herunter, und eng schließt der Himmel uns ein. Trüb ist's heut, es schlummern die Gänge und die Gassen. Es scheint, als sei es in der bleiernen Zeit. Denn nicht Mächtiges ist unser Singen, aber zum Leben gehört es. Kommen doch auch der Schwalben, immer einige doch, ehe der Sommer im Land. Möge der Zimmermann vom Gipfel des Dachs den Spruch tun, wir, so gut es gelang, haben das unsere getan. Komm ins Offene, Freund. Zwar glänzt ein weniges heute nur herunter, und eng schließt der Himmel uns ein. Trüb ist's heut, es schlummern die Gänge und die Gassen. Es scheint, als sei es in der bleiernen Zeit. Denn nicht Mächtiges ist unser Singen, aber zum Leben gehört es. Kommen doch auch der Schwalben, immer einige doch, ehe der Sommer im Land. Möge der Zimmermann vom Gipfel des Dachs den Spruch tun, wir, so gut es gelang, haben das unsere getan.
The poets are the ones who want to bring paradise down to this earth for mankind. Therefore, they must be punished. For this earth is a penal colony before God.